This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element. Flow is like water. I'm forced to the fire. I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth. Following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center. Word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element. Yeah. I'm in my element. Yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Yeah. I'm in my element. Yeah. I'm in my element.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the home of Lawn Drive in Mesquite, Nevada, day 2. 48 hitters entered battle yesterday. 24 have survived. We got Kyle Berkshire and Justin James headlining this group of 24 hitters. So right now they have 2 guys out of the 3 groups of each group ended up making it to the final 16. So Martin Borgmeyer, the 2022 world champion, he's in, but there's a couple guys right now that have world championship titles that need to fight in to get into the round of 16.
Yep.
Who did you like seeing yesterday hitting, and who do you got picking? Who are you picking today to win this thing?
Again, you asked me this yesterday. It's hard to choose. Like, I like choosing the front runners, but obviously, like, there's some sneaky long hitters here that don't necessarily have the ball speed, but they have the strategy. So we'll see.
Yeah, what we saw yesterday, I think a lot of guys are going to tinker around with spin rates. Like, I think spin rates was a huge factor yesterday. Guys that were kind of like 16 to 1800 spin rates didn't do as well as the guys did the day before in the regional qualifiers. It was kind of like a low ball flight, lower spin rates. But yesterday, high ball speed, high spin rates, and we were seeing some big numbers. I mean, Martin Borgmeyer with the longest drive of the day at 458 yards. He's looking good, but we're ready to go to the action, and Troy Mullins and I are going to call it all day. So thanks
stay
for tuning
tuned
in.
all day. We have the men, the seniors, the amateurs, and the women. Stay tuned.
All right. I could have done way better with the intro. You know, whatever. I get 7 more tries. All right, so we're live. Kyle Berkshire, Rob Tietmeyer, Scott Littlefield. Starting off the day, really interested to see Kyle's spin rates, what he's going to be working on right now. 215 ball speed, 2,500 spin. So he made the adjustment. I know that he was right around 1,600 to 1,800 yesterday, and I know that his focus today was to try to get those spin numbers up.
But let's talk about the conditions. Yesterday, the wind was swirling out here. It's pretty calm right now. It's 49 degrees. So are the balls going to go as far this early in the morning?
I don't think so. I think, right now, a good ball would be 415 to 420 at best. And right now, I know that Kyle's going to be focusing on just hitting the center of the club face and putting numbers on the board. They're going to take 5 out of the 9 hitters to go into the round of 16. So when we came into the intro, 48 hitters hit yesterday. We had 3 groups of 16. They took 8 hitters, but the top 2 hitters ended up advancing immediately or automatically into the round of 16. Colton Casto and Martin Borgmeyer swept the field. They ended up winning every single set. They looked phenomenal. Martin, coming off a world championship and looked completely in control and looked extremely impressive yesterday in his 2023 season debut. So the world champ looking good. He'll be hitting here in a little while, but right now we have 18 hitters, and they're going to take 10. So we have 2 groups today right now. There's going to be 9 hitters where they take 5. This is group number 1. And then we will have a group coming up here in about an hour and 15 minutes to conclude the round of 24, and we will see the round of 16, which is a lot of fun. Round of 16 is the best. You got guys going full throttle and trying to get to the final 8, and then it'll be single elimination from there. But still working on some numbers here. And unfortunately, yesterday we had a big storm that came in and it knocked down one of the cameras. So they're working on potentially having the scoreboard up here sooner than later.
Rob, Bob Tietmeyer we have in the middle in the second slot. You know, he's not as fast as Kyle, right? Right now he's at 195. Kyle out the gates 217. What do you think a guy like that is thinking about?
I mean, Rob's a pro's pro. I mean, he's going to come out here and he's going to put a lot of balls in play, and he knows that there's no reason for him to try to overswing. He swings his swing, gets a good ball flight, good landing angles, and he's still going to be extremely competitive. And he's a guy that's made the final 8 in a world championship. So I don't think he's necessarily worried about who's on the tee box. It's just he's playing his own game, and he's out there essentially, playing golf. I mean, he's a really, really good ball striker. But right now, like I said, we're waiting on numbers coming in right now. But Kyle looked in complete control right there, just cruising at around 217, 216 ball speed.
Right now, coming up to the tee, we have Reed Russell in slot 1, Jacob Galladay in slot 2, and Jeff Schmuck in slot 3.
Reed Russell looked really good yesterday. He struggled a little bit at the World Championships. He ended up having COVID, and he said it hurt him going into Worlds, and really struggled with speed. But he looked really good yesterday. He's back. He's healthy. Jacob Galladay had a great tournament. Jeff Smucks hits more golf balls than anybody that's in this tournament. He ended up competing in the regional division. Him and Andy Fernandez, who you'll see later, those guys hit the most amount of golf balls. So they've got a lot of grid time. But this is day 3 for them hitting. So hopefully, their bodies feel well and. He didn't
like that 3 days in a row he had an 8 a.m. tee time. I said, look, I play first out. I don't even know what you're complaining about.
If you're on the East Coast, it's 11 o'clock, so it's not that bad.
Exactly. But I think he's a Texan, so. Yesterday, Reed Russell had a long ball of 444. I'm not sure if we'll see that today. It's pretty calm, so there's no wind help. It's going to be.
All right. Right now, like you said, the scoring's down for right now, so we're going to have to rely on Seamus to announce who ended up winning that set. But we can just talk about a little bit of the recap of yesterday. The high ball, high spin was the ball yesterday to hit. Colton Casta looked phenomenal, and I was shocked to watch him hit high cuts. That's not his prototypical ball flight. If you gave him 100 swings, he would hit a high draw, and he tightened up his dispersion and hit a high cut yesterday and hit one of the longest balls of the tournament early on at 435 yards.
I think Jacob has such a good swing. I was watching him warm up on the range, and this morning he's just striping it. He's hitting this little push cut, and I think that's going to really work out for him today.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jacob is a guy that's going to be sitting around 206 to 208 ball speed and just lighting up the grid. Really, really good swing and probably the best dressed. I mean, I would think so out here.
Oh, for sure.
If you're not following me on socials, it's
he's got the
Jesus
on.
of golf.
He's looking a little like Beetlejuice in the pants.
I love
today,
it.
But it looks good.
Jeff Schmuck, 205, 2600 spin, apex at 154. We're using Flight Scope technology this year, and yesterday it was a learning curve, but everything is this production is getting significantly better. I was able to watch the first set, second set, third set, and by the third set, guys that are tuning in and watching, it's getting significantly better. So this is the first event of the year, and thanks to GF Sports and Entertainment, we have 11 events throughout North America, including the World Championships in Atlanta in October. And it's always fun to be in Mesquite. It is the home of long drive, and in baseball terms, it's our Yankee Stadium, and great way to start off the year. Right now, what we're going to look at too is Troy and I have a really good view of the grid, so we can actually see if balls are getting some rollout or not. It did rain a lot the last couple days, which I've been out here for 15, 16 years, and it's never rained.
That. The lightning storm last night was beautiful.
It's crazy.
Not great for the grid, but beautiful to watch.
Yeah, so we were getting some feedback early on. It was a little soft out in the grid, but if it does warm up, the grid might get baked out, and we'll get some good rollout. But we have a beautiful view right now of the grid.
We even get to see some balls land today. A lot of those look like they were in play. So excited to see these numbers.
Yep.
Next up in Group 3, Slot 1, we have Justin James. Slot 2, Cody Billinghurst, and Slot 3, Andy Fernandez.
Yeah, Justin James looked like he was on autopilot yesterday, just sitting around 220 mile per hour, just cool as a cucumber. That group one of hitters, I mean, you had Justin James, Kyle Berkshire, Ryan Gregnall, and Colton Casto at the top 4, and all those guys ended up winning all of their sets. Kyle ended up taking a second in the 4th round, but that was an impressive round 5 of hitters trying to battle for those 2 spots. And we asked a couple of the competitors if they like that structure where Will Hogue being in the booth with us, do you like the top 2 going to automatically going in the round of 16 instead of what we're watching right now is the round of 24? And they said yes, because if you get 3 straight wins, you kind of your strategy changes a little bit. It's like, I'm just going to lay down a little bit. And you might actually benefit guys that might have 100 or 200 points and kind of slide into a spot. So those 2 spots, those guys aren't going to lay down. They saved themselves 24 swings today. Guys like Martin Borgmeyer, it's huge. So, right now we're still waiting on the scoring. I think it's updated now. Seamus Powers, the living legend. It's still in the amateur division. Seamus Powers coming in. He is the voice of the PA announcing, soothing voice. He's got a Harvard degree, an MIT degree. What else? Where else did you graduate from? He's dialed in. He can't even hear me.
Oh, he hears you. He's just ignoring me.
No, he's dialed in. You're watching him master at his craft right now. Right now we got Seamus Powers in here trying to give us the update on the scoreboard.
But let's look back. Look at Justin James right now. Look at that swing. What do you think of that? I mean, it's in balance. It's strong.
He is a stud. His dad, Jerry James, 2-time Masters world champion. I believe Jerry's got 2 world championships in the Masters division. So he's got a great coach. And Justin is just a professional baseball player, completely in control of his body and just smoothing it. I mean, him and Kyle Berkshire since 2017 have been the best long drivers on the planet.
So should we give everyone an update? So far we have Kyle Berkshire with 200 points, 409 yards was his longest ball. Reed Russell in the second group, he was able to score 200 points as well, 398. Scott Littlefield, 393. Jacob Galladay, 385. Rob Tietmeyer at 382. And Jeff Schmuck, 375 with 50 points.
Yep. Right now, like I said, it is chilly. You mentioned 49 degrees,
it's cold.
But not a cloud in the sky. There's not really any wind. And Kyle Berkshire, what I was looking at, the only thing I was looking at with Kyle wasn't the ball speed. It was the spin rates, and he was right at 2,500, 2,600, and I think that's the number that he wants to be at. Justin James, 395. Cody Billinghurst, 378. Andy Fernandez right now at 341. Andy got a lot of swings the last couple days, so this is his third day of competition. But Berkshire, 409 to start off the day, looking really, really good in slot number 1. So we're going to be in slots 1, 2, and 3 to start off the first couple hours of the broadcast. And then we'll have 4 on the tee box in the round of 16 where they'll take the top 8. And that's what I really liked about the World Championships the last couple years, is that it's action-packed. It goes right from the round of 16 to the round of 8, and it's been a single elimination format today. It might be a little bit different, but if you get to the final 8, you have a chance to win. It's single elimination. So,
all right, Bobby, I'm going to ask you this question. So over the few years that I've been involved in long drive, it's changed quite a bit. We go head-to-head, right, the final 2, or there was you hit 4 balls, your competitor hits 4, and then you get to best again, 4 and 4.
Yeah.
And then I think 2018, 2019, they changed it to you have to hit all 8.
Yeah.
And you get either the unlucky draw of going first.
I liked going first. I hit against
did?
Justin. I always said he ruined my life and my career. I had my whole family there watching me in the round of 16. And I just remember looking at my ball speeds that were 203, 204, and then Justin's first swing was 221. I'm like, oh man, the only way I win is if he goes out of bounds. And it was 4 and 4, and then JJ went. I think he went 409 or something like that. I went 397, but I mean he didn't even hit a good ball.
But when you have a chance, but when you have a chance to respond, I feel like that's when you get your I don't know, that second wind of energy.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have to go first and hit all of your balls and you have no idea what
Yeah.
you're chasing, I'm a chaser. I want to
Yeah.
see the number that I've got to beat.
See, I was the opposite. Like I was hoping the night before. I go, if I'm gambling on myself, I can guarantee you I'm a 10-1 underdog. Like there's no doubt. And then I go, the only way that my odds can improve is if Justin lets me go first, and he goes OB on the 4. He hits his first 4 balls.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I'm like, are you gonna take the hammer spot? And he goes, the hammer being he's gonna hit second. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna take the hammer. I'm like, yes. Like I have a chance now. And I just put out a number just to put out a number, and he went 0 for his first 3, and then he made me chase, and yeah, you kind of the chasing part is fun,
Yeah.
but when you look at numbers at like 221, I'm like, oh my god.
So last year for the finals, they went head to head though.
Well, Kyle and JJ went head to head in 2021. Last year it was Bryson and Martin.
No, that's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Bryson and Martin.
Oh, head to head. Yeah, head to head.
Head to head.
I like that though. I mean,
kinda
really,
think that's
truly,
cool.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was just
You
there
get
was
to-
so much energy.
That's what I was gonna say. You vibe off the energy of the
Yeah.
other hitter, and you can. I don't know. And especially them being friends.
Yeah.
It was just really fun.
It really is exciting when the final 8 where you had 4 in a tee box,
Yeah.
in the quarterfinals, and just seeing numbers bounce all over the place. Like it's fun in the booth. Like the energy, you can feel the energy. 2021 was insane when Bryson was here for the first time, and that crowd was crazy. It was crazy, and Kyle ended up winning that one, and then last year Martin just got better and better and better as the tournament went on. He's tough, man. And what we saw yesterday out of him was prototypical of him being nice and relaxed and just like dialed into the tournament. I mean, he was efficiently swinging effortlessly like 225 ball speed yesterday. Like he complete control, and he looked phenomenal. So right now Jeff Schmuck's at 363. Kyle Berkshire with 391. Cody Billinghurst still working on a number.
I think he's about to find that number right now.
Yeah.
but-
And it is. It's cold
Fairly.
right now. And I think that, for Kyle, I think he's trying to focus on hitting the center of the club face and working on, like, shot shape. And I think spin. I think I know that's what he's working on. Because yesterday he hit a draw into a cut win, a nice ball, but he kind of fought that crosswind. And Colton went, I think, 435, and Kyle went maybe 421, what have you. So, and Kyle is a perfectionist, and I know that he wanted to keep hitting type of deal, but he had to sit on it. And his coach Bobby Peterson, they focused on what they need to do later on in this tournament. And I wouldn't be surprised once this heats up, we're going to start seeing guys like Borgmeyer, Greg Null, Kyle, JJ getting closer to that 230 mile per hour ball speed.
Yeah, because right now he's at 220, but
Yeah.
1,700 spin, and the ball is down. So yesterday he hit 264 feet, 264 feet, right?
Yeah, one of them.
And one of his longest balls, and just now he hit it 170.
So yeah, I'm looking
Big
at like
difference.
Kyle's numbers. Like when he went 409,
Yeah.
he was 217 ball speed, and he spun it at 2,600. So it was he went 409, and then he picked it up a little bit, 391, 380, but his spin rates were down. So I think that's something that he's going to go back and look at and keep making adjustments. I mean, he's so fast. He's in right now. I mean, 400 points. He's definitely in.
I think he knows he's in, and what I notice, it feels like he's practicing. It feels like he knows he's in the
Yeah.
top 16, but he's kind of just working on, okay, if I do this, what does this feel like? And just so we can have a good show later.
Yeah, it's going to be fun because all the guys there wasn't a surprise yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the list. Let me. Or you know what? We got one right here. Let me take a peek. Sean Johnson's the only guy that was kind of a surprise that didn't make it in. Sean's like a really, really good hitter. And, it's the first event of the year. Everybody's a little nervous, and you have a couple bad sets, and then you kind of press a little bit. But Sean Johnson's a guy that you'll see in Final Eights throughout the entire year. I would say that's the only one that I don't see on this list that was kind of like a surprise not being in, at least the round of 24. But Rob Tietmeyer, once again, just playing golf, 376. And we're going to try to get creative here. One of the cameras ended up taking a dive last night. The wind picked up. If you guys have been in Mesquite, that was the first time I saw like a crazy rainstorm. It picked up really, really fast, and the camera ended up breaking. So we have 4 TVs currently, one on the side, and then we have 3 behind the hitters where we're able to see flight scope data. But right now, slot number 4 doesn't have flight scope data. So we're going to try to get creative and at least have a laptop or something where we can see those numbers. You won't be able to see ball flight, but we'll be able to see some numbers.
I thought it was just that one of them had too much water. I think we need to get a big bag of rice and
Yeah. Walmart's right down the street.
I guess.
Speaking of Walmart, I got a feeling I'm going to have to go there later. I got a nail in my tire.
Oh no.
Oops.
Here in slot 1.
Yeah, Andy Fernandez. He's hit a bunch of golf balls this week. Rob Tietmeyer, Reed Russell. Reed Russell ended up winning Utah last year. Looked great.
Oh, 362. It looked like a good swing.
Yeah.
216. 216.9.
Reed last year was 0.1 mile per hour away from 230, from the 230 club. Him and Colton. So, but Reed, a prototypical high ball hitter, 216 feet in the air on his last ball. Good grid for him.
Yeah, that should come back big.
Yeah.
390. Let's see.
I think does that one OB?
Oh.
Nah, close. Hug down that side.
Andy Fernandez on his last ball. Looks like he hit a good one. Ball speed's just not there. It's 192, but again,
He hit a lot of golf balls.
yeah. With
So
the-
a win is critical, absolutely critical right now in this, because they're taking 5 out of the 9 guys. So they say Kyle's definitely in. Reed Russell's in. Unless Andy Fernandez improved on his last ball.
There are sections of this grid that we were talking about yesterday that it's a little bit of a mound.
Mhm.
I don't really see it, but I can see where there's a dry spot right on top.
Yeah.
So
There's a slight crown. Like, it's nothing crazy, but
okay.
but that grid is it doesn't get any better than that. We got 470 yards of perfect turf, and
Are there sections of this turf that if you're on the tee box, I want to hit it on the left side and it'll run? Or I know in the past there are certain grids
sides are
where,
hot.
like,
Yeah, sides are hot. I mean, last year, if you hit it depends on the wind, but if you hit a little bit of a pull in slot 4 with the wind and it went over like the crown of the middle of the grid, it would kick out and run forever. And the same thing with slot number 1. If you hit a cut and it kind of went over the slight, crown of the middle of the grid, it would kick out right and go forever. So one of the best bounces of all time was Joe Miller. Joe hit like a high draw down the right side, and it just kicked dead straight. It landed and went dead straight, and he ended up winning the World Championships back in 2010.
So on the tee, we have Scott Littlefield, Justin James, and Jacob Galladay.
Yeah, big set here. Galladay takes a win. He'd be at 300 points. JJ's at 200. And then we'll get a better feel after these 9 hitters, like what the bubble could potentially be.
You know how they have at that tournament, like, straightest drive?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Justin James would have just won that one. It was dead down the center.
Yeah, he looks like he did at the World Championships. The first 3 days of the World Championships, Justin James looked the best, out of everybody. He was in, like I said, complete control. And then, the round of 16, he had a couple OB sets. And once you get to the round of 8, I mean, anything is possible. Anybody can win. But once again, Martin Borgmeyer just got better and better and better throughout the entire tournament, and won the World Championships.
So we're watching Justin James, his last ball, 391 that we have. 212, 213 ball speed. Again, just piping them down the middle of this grid.
Yeah, I think they're really trying to focus. These guys are pros. They saw the numbers. They saw the telecast. They saw that, hey, right now this golf ball is giving it up at lower ball speeds. And that was something that Tim Burke was a master at. A guy that Tim could go mid-220s, but he's like, you know what, I get more out of this golf ball at 212, 215. And I always bring up Maurice Allen. Like, Maurice at the World Championships in 2018 had that number dialed in, and he was, a couple mile per hour slower than everybody, but he got the most out of that golf ball. He was at 190 feet in the air. You had to hit it high. It was a carry grid. And, he was right at like 210, 212 and ended up winning a World Championship. He literally was carrying it a yard or 2 farther than everybody. And it really comes down to science after a while. But right now we're seeing that this golf ball reacts a lot better at 215, 210. And even guys that were like 195, 200, like Tietmeyer yesterday was right around 200, 202, putting up huge numbers. Scott Littlefield takes the lead right now on Justin James. He's at 392. Galladay at 383. JJ at 391. And it's extremely important to get balls in play. You do not want to put up a 0 because right now there's no one that gets 25 points. So an OB set would be bad. JJ still at 391, but Galladay just filling up the grid, 382, 383, 381. We're going to toss it to a commercial break after this, and we'll be right back with more from World Long Drive. They're back. World Long Drive's back.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Everyone chased the championship belts. World championship. This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
That hype video makes me want to just swing as hard as I can right now without even getting loose. That's a great commercial.
Sounds like a bad idea. It was a great commercial.
It is. All right, so right now Jacob Galladay is outside looking in with 150 points. He needs to get a win here. He's going up against Kyle Berkshire and Andy Fernandez. The bubble right now is currently at 200. So Kyle Berkshire, Reed Russell, Justin James, Scott Littlefield, and Cody Billinghurst, they are in as of right now. They're taking 5 out of the 9 hitters. Kyle Berkshire is safely in. Reed Russell's in. I think Justin James is in too at 300 points. Just has to get a ball in play. He'd be at 350. It could get interesting here.
Could Jacob take a second here and win his final set and still get in?
Oh, what am I thinking here? We still got 2 more sets to go. We got 2 more sets to go.
He can still win, right?
It's the 9
win
hitters.
His set of 4.
We're good.
All right, so let's explain it again. So we have 2 groups of 9.
Yes.
And 5 advance to the top
16.
16.
Yep.
And then we do this again.
Yes.
Round robin.
So, yeah, each guy is going to go up against every hitter. So they have, 4 sets. The round robin of 16 hitters is always 5 sets. That threw me off there. They threw a curveball. But, yeah, 4 sets. But Kyle Berkshire looking good at 400 points as of right now. Wins are critical. OB sets are disaster. It looks like you could take 4 seconds and with 400 points might be good. Kyle is still working on a number in slot number 3. And like I said, you're looking at his numbers right now, and he is really trying to tone it down. 411 yards, Kyle Berkshire. He is definitely he's playing golf too. Mm-hmm. Now that he has a number on the board, boom, there you go, 222. Kyle stepping on the gas now. Now he's going to probably work. Let me look at the spin numbers. It's 2,000. Let's see if this one stays in play.
The conditions are perfect for his draw.
Yeah.
The draw that he was trying to play yesterday just kept being fit and fighting with the wind. But today it's calm out here. He can just play his game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there was 2 negatives per se. He hit a draw into a cut wind, and he was not spinning it enough. Just because it was downwind. But curious to see if that 5th ball went in play because he did step on the gas there. He went 403 spin rates.
Close. It was close on that line. Mm-hmm. I actually saw that one fly. We'll see. 411 and 403 from Kyle. Still big numbers. I think he's the only guy right now has he?
Yeah, he's the only one that's gone over 400. Reed Russell, 398. Yeah, Reed looked really, really good yesterday. and a guy that you see in finals, a lot. He's made final eights. I mean, pretty much every event that he's entered in the past 2 years. He's a product of the PLDA, coming in 2021, and a professional baseball player, Reed Russell, and off to a great start in the round of 24.
Next up, we have Cody Billinghurst, Reed Russell, and Scott Littlefield.
Yeah, Kyle, 3 balls, over 400 yards, 411, 403, 407. So Kyle on cruise control, on autopilot, conserving some energy, and I know right now he's tinkering with the equipment. His coach Bobby Peterson, we always call him the mad scientist. It's amazing how much they focus on numbers and data and weather patterns, and I mean it's they're the best in the business for a reason. And like I said, Lee Cox, if you're tuning in as well, Lee Cox, Bobby Peterson, the best coaches, long drive coaches on the planet. So we got Cody Billinghurst, Reed Russell, Scott Littlefield. Reed just needs to put a ball in play or two, and he should be in. Or I'm going to say 400 is going to be the bubble, somewhere in that ballpark. Cody Billinghurst making his debut last year in the PLDA. Ended up doing, I think he won the amateur event in Hope Sound at 218 mile per hour ball speed as an amateur.
So did you see yesterday? Remember, we were wondering where Dan Connick went.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, he just disappeared.
Yeah.
So he posted yesterday that his flight sent him an email about his baggage. Did you see this?
Yeah, no, Dan's hilarious. Dan's one of the funniest guys in the sport. He's been around for probably close to 20 years. And, I mean, he's super funny. But, yeah, he didn't have his clubs.
Yeah,
And,
they said, I apologize for any inconvenience faced as a result of your delayed luggage.
No, I saw him. He's like, do you think I only brought one driver to Mesquite? And he's got his bouquet of drivers somewhere that's not in Las Vegas, Nevada. So hopefully someone will give Dan a couple drivers that he can hit. And but yeah, he's a ball striker as well. Owns a driving range in the lovely land of the UK, and just a great dude, funny guy, awesome to talk to. And I hope he actually competes in the senior division, but that's got to be pretty frustrating. He said that he's put in 6 months of work to come out here and compete, and flew all the way out from the UK and doesn't have his clubs. Oh.
Well, they should be arriving today, March 12th, is what the email said.
Wow.
So
Well,
it's a little late.
The senior division starts up right around 10:30, 10:45.
Yeah.
Missing Eddie Fernandez. Eddie ended up winning the World Championships last year in the Masters division, and but he'll be in Hobe Sound. John Graves, I really interested to see him hit today. John Graves is a stud, former professional baseball player as well, that I've watched him in the offseason progressively get faster and faster and faster. I mean, Eddie has pushed the limits, and Jeff Gavin's been pushing the limits forever. I always say that Jeff Gavin drinks from the fountain of youth.
Now, sorry, not to interrupt, but look at this. Look what just happened. Oof. So Scott Littlefield was sitting in fourth right now with 300 points and just went OB.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on himself for the second, for the fourth set.
Because what is the minimum that you have to hit?
300.
300.
Yeah.
Right? You get 50 points, just hit it 300.
Yeah.
He sat out, I don't know if you saw, but I think the program was on where he was just standing over the ball. And I don't know, at that point, do you just step back and reset and say, okay, I've just got to hit this in?
Yeah.
But that's huge. That could shift a lot of things.
Yep. So Galladay is still outside looking in. Scott Littlefield ended up having an OB set, but it opens up the door for, Tietmeyer can take a win here and be at 350. Like I said, Tietmeyer's sneaky, super, super sneaky. And, JJ just going to keep focusing on just putting balls in play. I mean, he's really, truly at top-end speed. He's 15, 20 miles per hour faster than the guys right now. But, I mean, he looks great sitting at 215. And JJ's not even on. Oh, there he is. I was like, where is he? It's like he's not on camera.
We have JJ, JS, and RT.
Yeah.
So right now we are watching Rob Tietmeyer
Tietmeyer just put. Let's say the veteran move right now. Tietmeyer knows that he needs to get points.
Yep.
Just
Put the
190.
first ball in
Just puts a ball out there. Veteran move. And Schmuck has been just super consistent. Just 205, 206, just putting a bunch of balls in play. And he's got a lot of experience on this grid over the last 3 days. Got his hat on backwards. He's ready to go. He's wearing his Dockers.
Oh, he's
I love it.
Look at this.
Rocking the Dockers. The khaki ones. He almost looks like Jake from State Farm. I think State Farm needs to sponsor him. I'm going to tell him that when I see him. We got part of the camera crew laughing. Yeah,
That was a good one.
that was a good one. Thanks, Jeff.
So look, let's say Jake from State Farm takes this set. He has 375 over Justin James 374.
Yep.
Obviously, we know Justin James has more in the tank, but
It'll put him right at 300. It'll be a
Yeah.
logjam at 300.
300.
So we're going to see some playoffs more than likely. But Galladay, let's see who Galladay's going up against. Galladay's got, I'd say, a slight advantage going into round 4. He's going to be up against Cody Billinghurst, who's the same. He's actually Cody's faster than Jacob, and then you got Tietmeyer. It'll be close. I'm liking this.
Jeff
because
Schmuck could also take a win over Andy Fernandez and Scott Littlefield, who might be in his head having an OB set. This could be nuts.
Yep. Yeah, I'm liking this. But JJ just cruising along at 400 points as of right now. He's still waiting on a couple numbers, but if JJ hits a decent ball, I mean, he's going to be 390, 400.
He just hit a good one
There
right
you
now.
go, 406.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Jake from State Farm, just take your time.
And there it is. State Farm's going to have to pay royalties to GF Sports and Entertainment,
Already.
I feel like that's $1 million plug.
Two plugs. Two
yeah,
plugs.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
not say them again.
Yeah.
But if you were listening.
Yeah, JJ and Kyle, look, they took the same approach to this today. Just be right around 215 ball speed, work on spin rates. All right, so, yeah, Justin James takes down the set at 406, Jeff Schmuck at 375, and Rob Tietmeyer still doesn't have a number on the board. I may have jinxed Rob, saying that the odds of him going OB is not good. There he goes. All right, he got one ball. He got a ball in. All right.
So you can compete for your shot to make it to the World Long Drive Championship. With a $25 community membership, you will get the opportunity to join a local qualifier in your area in hopes of advancing to regionals. A 10% discount on merchandise and insider access to pre-sales and registrations in the newsletter. Join now at worldlongdrive.com.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal work.
So you can catch every single World Long Drive Tour competition right here on the World Long Drive YouTube channel.
The Amateur, Senior, Women's, and Open Division Championships will be available on the Golf Channel. To stay up to date on everything World Long Drive, follow us on social at World Long Drive. Thank you for giving me that read right there.
Oh,
I did good. I practiced that one for 6 days.
Teamwork. Okay, let me show you this pen. So this pen that I've been holding on to for 6 years, lights up still.
That's awesome.
What? Where did this come from? It also has a little iPad knob.
Yep.
This is the best pen ever.
Yep.
World Long Drive, just killing it.
All right, so the final set coming up. Kyle Berkshire safely, in. Reed Russell's in. Justin James is in. So the 3 guys that you would expect to be in are in. Jacob Galladay is on the outside looking in right now. He'll be going up against Cody Billinghurst and Rob Tietmeyer. Tietmeyer mathematically can still get in. I think all of these guys have a chance. Literally every guy has a chance. So OB sets are no bueno right now. We have Andy Fernandez, Jeff Schmuck, Scott Littlefield.
So Jeff Schmuck gets to go back-to-back in the same slot too.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of an advantage. You kind of see what you did wrong on maybe the set before.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still ready. You're still pumped. I think it's kind of cool.
I feel like there's going to be some form of a playoff here because it's kind of bottlenecked around 300 points. So to give you the breakdown right now, 5 guys are going to make it out of these 9 hitters. Kyle Berkshire, Reed Russell, Justin James are in. Scott Littlefield, Cody Billinghurst, Jacob Galladay, Rob Tietmeyer, Jeff Schmuck, and Andy Fernandez could be knocked out, or with a win, they're in. A win would give Scott Littlefield 500 points, so he would be good. He would be mathematically in. If Cody Billinghurst wins, he would be mathematically in. So Littlefield, Cody Billinghurst get wins, they're in. No one has a chance to get in from that. So right now, Littlefield's still struggling to get a number on the board. He's OB on his first 3 balls.
And make no mistake, I think slot 3 and 4 are the most difficult, especially for these hitters. We know they hit a lot of fades.
Yep. We talked about that yesterday. A lot of the guys are swinging left, and if their face is open just a little bit, they'll be hitting those big old high banana ramas, left to right, taking up too much movement. Schmuck with a ball that looks like it's going to stay in play here.
Because you don't really want to. We're talking about coming in with an open face, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because these driver shafts are, I don't want to say the word whippy,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't want to close it down with your hands, right? So wouldn't you want to make an adjustment just with your body and your shoulders, right? With alignment rather than any technique?
Yeah, you just got to slow your mind down. I mean, really, truly. So right now, we're watching Littlefield. I mean, if I was Littlefield, I'd back off the ball and I'd just walk into it and hit it. I mean, he's standing over the golf ball too long. He's giving himself too much time to think. And I would just make the adjustment of you know what? I'm just going to back off. I'm going to walk into it and go and see what happens.
I told you. So here we are. It got into his head. Scott Littlefield again. 2 OB sets in a row. Jeff Schmuck with 367 to take 200 points and go up 400.
Yep. Yeah, that's humongous. 2 OB sets, and Scott Littlefield was looking good at 300 points after 2 sets and goes OB in the 3rd and 4th round. So, technically he still would be on the bubble if Cody Billinghurst went OB and Jacob went OB. None of these guys are going OB. I don't think. I really like Galladay right now. Because right now, if Galladay takes second, he'll have 350 points. And that would be...
That wouldn't be enough to beat Schmuck.
All right, so Littlefield's at 300. Cody Billinghurst. So if Jacob beats Cody, say Tietmeyer wins the set, Tietmeyer would have 400 points.
Okay.
If Galladay wins, he'd have 350. So Tietmeyer would be in, and Billinghurst would be out. You got to get to 400. So Jeff Schmuck, he's in.
Schmuck is in.
Or,
Jake from State Farm looks like he might be in.
There might be a playoff, though. This is crazy because, if Rob Tietmeyer wins, he would have 400 points, and Jeff Schmuck would have it. If Cody Billinghurst takes second in this set, he would have 400 points. So you would have 3 guys tied at 4th. So this is the set right here. Who's going to get in? So Tietmeyer has a number on the board as of right now. And we're gonna start a drinking game. A shot every time you say phenomenal. Good, Anthony Livingston. I want to make sure by 10:30 Pacific Standard Time a.m. that you won't be able to walk by 12. So.
Or for those of you that don't drink.
For those of you who don't drink water. Yeah. I like that feedback, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what I'm saying.
You say phenomenal a lot?
I have no idea. I guess so.
Oh, well, there was one.
You said it.
I did. I didn't mean to either.
Billinghurst with the number right now at 350. Rob Tietmeyer at 372. Jacob Galladay needs to put a number out there easily attainable. Jacob with his longest drive so far of the day at 387 yards. So he's got that.
Look at this. Look at his hold. Look at his hold right now. He is holding on to this.
Yep. Good spin numbers, too. He was at 2,600 and about 205 ball speed, Jacob Galladay. If that one snuck in down the right side, that one would be okay.
I see his strategy, though. He seemed to just be
61.
left. And so that last one, I think he tried to get some run out. Started a little more right and let that draw work for him.
Right now we're watching Cody Billinghurst.
Oh, I like Galladay's last ball. 208. Good ball from Jacob Galladay. 2,900 spin. Spun it just a little bit. Just spun it just a little bit.
It's tough because that left side is not forgiving. Everything on that's landing on that left side just seems to just bounce just out.
Those were his best numbers of the tournament so far, Jacob Galladay's.
Fingers crossed.
It went OB. Yeah, just a little draw down that left side. Really, really good ball from him. Billinghurst, 385. Galladay, 207. And it looks like he hit the same profile shot as the shot before. So it looks like right now the field is set. Kyle Berkshire, Reed Russell, Justin James, Jeff Schmuck, and Cody Billinghurst are going to advance to the round of 16. And right now, I can guarantee you these guys are going to be on autopilot. I don't see them, unless Kyle, like I said, he likes to make certain statements in events, and he has conserved his energy. Honestly, I think Kyle's going to get after it in this set because I think he wants to see the threshold of what that ball can do at 225, 226. I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle actually gets after it in this set.
Really?
And, yeah, I do. I do. I think he wants to because, in the round of 16, these guys are going to get after it. There's not going to be any offsets. So, interested to see the strategy, but knowing Kyle, I think he's gonna want to see the data. But Justin James is going to stick to the game plan along with Reed Russell right now. Just keep putting balls in play right around 215 mile per hour ball speed. I know JJ will probably work on some flight because he was flighting it a little low yesterday. So, he is the master of making adjustments. So I'll key in on Kyle right now, and then look at JJ's height, see if he's going to be right around 170 feet in the air. Because yesterday I think he was just hitting it just a little low. If we're being like hypercritical, these are the best hitters in the world right now. Like I said, there's Reed Russell 211, Kyle 212, JJ 213. Yeah, these guys are cruising.
Both JJ. Now I'm calling him JJ. Both Justin James and Kyle Berkshire hit their consistent little fade, but Reed Russell's sneaky. He's got a draw working for him.
Yeah, him and Colton Casta were practically the same human being, besides Reed being, like 50 pounds heavier. So Kyle, 215, just hit a ball. It looks like it's staying down that left side. 1,500 spin.
What's the numbers on Reed Russell?
He's just cruising around 210, 211, 212, I believe. Justin James stepped on that one a little bit, 215. But yeah, you're looking at guys that have either been over 230 miles per hour, and Reed Russell last year was 229.9, so literally 0.1 mile per hour away from the 230 club. So you got Justin James and Kyle Berkshire. Like I said, since 2017, those guys are the best on the planet.
I would love to see Reed Russell aim at the OB right.
JJ, 170 feet in the air, 171. So, I really like JJ's numbers. He had just hit a nice little tight draw. But, these guys aren't going after it at all.
No.
So.
Oh. Justin James is in 400.
Yeah,
right side.
Yeah, JJ hit a great ball. Like I said, 171 feet in the air, and that's I said before his set. I'd like to see him hit a little bit higher, and he right around 170, and he hit it 170. Another one, 170 feet in the air. So he is the master of making adjustments. So these guys are conserving your energy. Kyle did go 220 early on after he got a ball in play, but he was just at 218. Reed Russell. Not even going after it now. There's no reason to. But yeah.
At this point, it's just practicing your shot shapes.
Yep.
The tension, the nerves, getting all of that worked out before the final, the top 16.
So Kyle, 1,600 spin, 224 in the air, or 224 feet in the air, carry distance 366. Reed just cruising along. But yeah, those guys are already in, and Justin James looks like he's going to take down that set at 400 yards. But I really like JJ's profile. He hit a nice little tight draw, 170 feet in the air, 215 ball speed, really, really optimal for that golf ball. But Kyle Berkshire, Reed Russell, Justin James, Cody Billinghurst, and Jeff Schmuck are going to make it to the round of 16. We have another group of 9 hitters coming up here in a few minutes. We have, let's take a peek. Scotty Pearman, Will Hogue, Taika Dezawa, Brandon Flynn, Isaiah Joyner, Victor Bogart, Victor Bourget. I called him Bogart. I mess up his name on purpose. Zach Holton, Bobby Ray, and Seb Twiddell. Not sure if Bobby Ray is going to be wearing sleeveless shirt today or not, but there's a possibility he will.
So we are going to take a 20-minute break. So don't go anywhere. Go get a snack.
Yeah.
Go get some water.
We're live in
some
Mesquite.
Tea, some coffee. We'll see you soon.
I'm going to go see if I don't have a flat tire.
You don't.
I definitely do.
We're going to go to that other non-sponsor place to get your tire fixed.
All right. We'll be back right after this. We still have one more group of 9 hitters in the round of 24, but we'll see you in about 20 minutes. We're live in Mesquite, Nevada at the home of Long Drive. World Long Drive is back for the first tournament of the year with 10 more to go, and the World Championship is going to be in Atlanta. God bless America.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive, co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive, extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Everyone takes the championship belts. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game. Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by world long drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Everyone chase the championship belt. World championship. This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to a fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grind and you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the home of Long Drive, the round of 24. Justin James and Kyle Berkshire looked good earlier this morning. We still have 9 more hitters hitting in the round of 24 before we go to the round of 16. What did you like seeing this morning from the competitors?
It looks like they're still grooving their swing. They're figuring out the grid. They're looking at the conditions. It's cold out here this morning, and it's kind of calm. So it's a lot different from last night. Looking forward to just seeing more bombs, seeing if people can scratch that 400 ceiling and letting it go.
Yeah, we saw 400-yard drives earlier today. Justin James, Kyle Berkshire, Reed Russell, the guys that you expect to see in the round of 16. Smoothing, they're cruising. They were right around 215 mile per hour ball speed. They want to conserve some energy to get ready for the round of 16. But as we said earlier in the day, 6 guys have already made it to the round of 16. Yep. Martin Borgmeyer looking great, but now we got 9 more guys. They're going to take 5 spots. Round of 16 will be coming up here soon.
It's anybody's game. Let's go. Let's let them hit.
All right, Scotty Perriman off to a start of 356 yards. Will Hogue, 381. Taiga Tazawa with no marks as of right now. Scotty Perriman in the 2021 PLDA Player of the Year in slot number 1, 2-time ALD world champion. Will Hogue has won many tournaments, and especially on this grid. Will had an incredible 2018 season where he practically won every single tournament besides the World Championships, who spent some time in the booth with us yesterday. And then we got Taiga Tazawa from Japan. One of the greatest interviews in the history of life. The boys from Country Club Adjacent interviewing Taiga a couple years ago, and it went viral, millions and millions of views. Taiga, one of the funniest guys that you will meet and one of the best competitors you will meet as well. So Taiga's still working on a number. We were looking at guys really throttling back, the guys that were 220, 225 guys sitting back at 215, really trying to understand, what they can do with this golf ball. And because we saw a lot of optimized golf balls at 210, 215, even guys that were in the low 200s, and guys like Jeff Schmuck that's been just cruising along at 205 mile per hour got in earlier today into the round of 16. And Jeff Schmuck ended up getting the nickname Jake from State Farm thanks to his black hat, red shirt, and khaki pants. But Troy Mullins in the booth, Bobby Bradley. World Long Drive is back, round of 24. This is the second group. There's 9 hitters. 5 guys are going to make it into the round of 16. I believe 400 points got in, Troy.
That's right.
That was kind of the bubble number. So right now, 4 rounds. So guys are going to hit 24 total golf balls. 2 wins. I mean, essentially you're in. Will Hogue right now still in the lead at 381. Scotty Perriman improved to 369, and Taiga Tazawa at 346.
So I'm standing right now outside of the booth because it's, one, warmer, and two, I get to see all the action from here.
Absolutely.
And it's crazy, like Tyga's, the way that he sets up, the club face is completely closed, but somehow he still hits this huge fade.
Oh, yeah.
Unreal. And it's definitely not a rollout grid. I saw some of these really good balls just kind of 1-2 checking in the fairway.
Yeah. It rained. I mean, I've been here for 16 years and never seen it rain, and it rained
quite a
both
bit
days.
yesterday.
Yeah, a lot yesterday. So they had to, unfortunately, delay the amateur division event, and we had a big gust of wind, took out one of the cameras. So we're going to be trying to be working on ball speed numbers and flight scope data in slot number 4. We will not have a camera directly behind the hitter. We might be able to have it on the side, but slot number 4 will not have the flight scope data moving forward because one of the cameras took a dive. But Brandon Flynn, Isaiah Joyner, Victor Bourget, Victor's hit 3 days in a row as well. But Will Hogan ends up taking down that set at 381, Scotty Perriman at 369, Taika Dezawa at 346. Isaiah Joyner, slot number 2, 208 mile per hour. Brandon Flynn just trying to get started with 200. Brandon, one of the best hitters on the planet. Looked really good yesterday.
Because the conditions are different here, I feel like today the strategy should be to hit it a little bit lower. I think 170, like we saw with Justin James, is really the sweet spot.
Yep.
A lot of these balls are kind of just floating in the air right now. And because it's not rolling out, I don't think that's to their advantage.
All right, so we're taking a look at Isaiah Joyner right now. 208, 3,000 spin, apex 203. And Troy, yeah, you're right. Justin, we talked earlier on in the broadcast that it would be nice to see him right around 170 feet in the air, and he went 171 and hit the longest ball of that set at 400 yards. Brandon Flynn with a number right now at 369, Isaiah Joyner 352, and Victor Bourget.
This should be a good one from Victor Bourget. He hit it just down the center, should fall right, and I think it's going to stay in. 191 ball speed. Again, 221 is just super high. I don't think he's going to get more than, what did he get? 350?
Mm-hmm. Brandon Flynn starting to step on it a little bit. 206 ball speed. Isaiah Joyner at 209. Isaiah making the final 16 last year at the World Championships.
Look at Isaiah's fit. He's looking real cool right now.
If you had to pick between
that's a tough one. That'd be I need to see them on the tee box together.
It's kind of like a beauty pageant. Like you have most photogenic, and then you have best dressed. Like I mean, so they they're both getting awards type of deal.
You talked about player incentives, right? Where it's did they have one for best dressed? Was that a thing?
I don't know.
That needs to be added.
Yeah, longest drive, most balls in play, longest set, best dressed.
So they're teeing it up on this little lily pad. So you can't just tee it up anywhere, but. I see some of these guys teeing it up on the back of the lily pad. Would you tell them, you're costing yourself a couple inches here?
Yep.
Inches matter?
Absolutely. They've had the 6-inch rule in place for a long time. And I mean, you look at the World Championships back in 2014, where 100% of the money went to the winner, $250,000, and it was decided by 21 inches. So Jeff Flagg ended up winning the 2014 World Championship against Jeff Crittenton. Sorry, Critter, for bringing up, the bad news there. But yeah, I mean, every little bit matters, especially when these guys get late in the tournaments and their ball speed and everybody's dialed in and their ball speeds are very similar.
So Brandon Flynn takes that one at 382, Isaiah Joyner 364, and Victor Bourget 350.
We saw earlier, right around 400 points got in. They're taking 5 guys out of the 9. Didn't have a playoff in last one. OB sets are no-nos, absolute no-nos here. Because right now, like even if you get a ball in play, it's 50 points. So we have Zach Holton, Bobby Ray, Sebastian Twiddell, Seb. So Zach Holton looked good yesterday. And once again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, they took 6 guys yesterday that automatically got into the round of 16. Colton Casto, Martin Borgmeyer, Ryan Gregnall. I'm trying to think who else. Mark Costello got in. But 6 guys are going to take away 24 swings off their body today, which I feel is going to be an advantage. And they get to sleep in later. They get to relax. You know, some of these guys are going to get, you know, like the 8 a.m., they're going to have several hours before they hit in the round of 16. And the same with these guys. We're going to come up with the senior division here sooner than later. But right now, slot number 1, Zach Holton, just cruising right around 215.
Let's look at Bobby Ray. He just hit, it went out, but it was 174, it said, and he's teed it a little bit lower than his competitors, and I think he's figured out keeping it under the wind. Granted, again, it's not much wind, but
Yep.
you're going to get more rollout here for sure.
Zach Holton, I'm going to say this is probably one of the fastest balls hit so far of the day at 219, and it's important. This is a critical set here for these guys. You got Sebastian Twiddell that could touch, you know. He's one of only a few guys that have ever gone 230 miles per hour on a launch monitor. He went 230 on TrackMan. And Zach Holton last year, like I said, was only a few swings away from winning a world championship. So you got some world-class hitters on right now. Bobby Ray trying to find a number. Same with Seb. And right now, like I'm looking at Seb's numbers. 208. 2,800 spin, 214. So he's aiming out left. It looks like his dispersion is just a little bit tighter, so he's not taking up too much room left to right. Bobby Ray, 205 right down the middle, 2,300 spin, 209 apex, maybe a little bit too high.
I feel like with Seb, he's so focused on trying to, maximize his ball speed right now. He's not even hitting center of the club face. He's really hitting just under it, hitting a lot of tee.
Yeah, right now, 218, 208, 3,000 spin for Seb on his 5th ball. Thanks again to FlightScope for giving us all this data. We can kind of get an idea. But Zach Holton's ball that I really liked ended up going only 365. So we're going to have to look back at these numbers and try to get a feel for what's going to be working today. And I say Justin James's ball flight on that one shot I felt like it was ideal. 215 ball speed, 170 feet in the air, hit a little bit of a draw, and he ended up putting up 400 yards. I believe Kyle still had the longest drive he had a bunch of 400-yard drives. So Kyle looked good.
He went 411,
Yeah.
I think was his longest.
Mm-hmm. And Kyle had one set where he hit 3 balls over 400 yards.
Seb is so strong. I just honestly wish I could see him tee it lower, slow it down, hit the fairway, build some confidence, and then ramp it back up.
Yeah, and Nina said he's still. I mean, I would say this is his rookie year. Like he came into the World Championships, but this is his first full year as a professional. And yeah, for me, like watching it, I mean, with his takeaway, his eyes are off the golf ball. So you have to hit tens and tens of thousands of golf balls, to get accustomed to that. I mean, you look at guys like Martin Borgmeyer as well. Like they've hit hundreds of thousands of golf balls where it just. They're taking their eyes off the golf ball. It's like I say, keep your eye on the ball. But that takeaway, they're getting so much range of motion. Huge shoulder turns where they have to become essentially robots. To be able to hit the center of the club face. And right now, like I said, Seb is struggled a little bit hitting the center of the club face. And it would be nice to see him kind of tone it down a little bit because he's plenty fast enough. And watching guys like Justin James, Kyle Berkshire, and Reed Russell in the first set, those guys were on autopilot at 210, ball speed, and hit a lot of balls in play, and they went 1, 2, 3 in the earlier set.
So this one just went in for Bobby Ray, 211, 172. This one stayed in. Really soft landing.
Zach Holton, Brandon Flynn, and Will Hogue ended up taking first place in their first round. Bobby Ray with a number on the board at 350. This is the second group, or second set.
The wind picked up a little bit. It's into off the right.
Yep. So actually, slot number 3 would be a nice slot to be in if you hit a nice little tight draw. They might have to make this is a huge advantage for Scotty Perriman because his natural ball flight is to hit a high draw.
Would you hit a high draw into wind?
I mean, depending on spin rates, but yeah, you have to make changes right now. Earlier on in the day, 2,500 spin is good. Maybe right now it might not be. It might be 1,800 to 2,000. Like I said, Justin James's profile on that shot was perfect. And like I said, he wasn't even going after it. But right now, Scotty Perriman making an adjustment. Look at this. This might not be in play, but he ended up hitting almost 213 ball speed, 16.58, and he hit a nice little tight draw. So he's making an adjustment. And like I said, this win right now definitely benefits Scotty Perriman. So for him, he needs to slow it down just a little bit, try to get a ball in play. He's plenty fast enough. A 210 ball would be good. Yeah, we're looking at wind direction right now. It's just a little bit east to west. This is a south to north grid, so it's a little right to left. Nothing too crazy. But, Bobby might not be the best dressed, but he does have the best mullet in the field today.
I think he's the only mullet.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got the worst mullet and the best mullet in the field. So that's an easy win. He has no competition. All right, Scotty Perriman.
Would you say it's phenomenal?
I don't know. Are you the one saying phenomenal, or is it me? All right, so now two shots, Anthony Livingston. If you are just tuning in for the first time,
or 2 more ounces of water. We don't drink enough water. I don't think as a community, just in life.
All right, Scotty Perriman did not get a number on the board, unfortunately, right there. Bobby Ray just put a number on. I mean, he didn't hit a very good ball, but 350 gets 100 points, which is important because we saw 400 gets in.
The next 100 members that sign up for a World Long Drive membership will receive a complimentary box of Bridgestone E9 golf balls, the official ball of World Long Drive. Visit worldlongdrive.com/membership-offer to learn more. Okay. Are you looking to compete on the World Long Drive Tour for the largest prize purse in World Long Drive history? Well, pro and amateur members can compete in their respective divisions all summer long as World Long Drive kicks off their 2023 tour. Visit worldlongdrive.com to become a member and view all the registration dates for upcoming tour events. And they're booking fast. I think Hobe Sound has a wait list, so get in.
Absolutely. Hobe Sound's a good grid too. Polo Field, 800 yards wide. It's it's awesome. Long, wide, what have you.
Speaking of Polo Fields, I'm going to plug it again. If anybody worthwhile is watching, let's have this event during Coachella. I mean, everybody's worthwhile watching. Let me repeat that. But I think just having us be a part of that event would be so cool.
That would be
with
sick.
The music, come on now.
Yep.
That's a win.
Yep, and Stagecoach.
Stagecoach,
and
that's right.
Both.
That's right.
I'm wearing a cowboy hat regardless. All right, we got Sebastian Twiddell, Will Hogue, Brandon Flynn. Right now, Victor Bourget, 250 points.
Do you think Seb, he just hit 2 sets ago, do you think he made the adjustment knowing, okay, that didn't work? Or am I just going to keep trying and do it again? He's in slot 1, so this should work for his ball flight.
He needs to make an adjustment. He really truly does. I mean, honestly, the odds of him hitting a draw is impossible, but I would try to just do something a little different. Try to hit a draw, even if you can't, just close that face just a little bit at impact. Because right now he's swinging hard left and his face is open at impact, and that's why he's hitting those big high draws. He's, as they say, the glancing blow. It's not catching the center of the club face. Will Hogue with a beautiful ball right here, 208 mile per hour. Really like Will's ball flight. Let's see if we can see it land.
Okay, I think I saw it land a couple bounces.
I see people walking back, which is good.
I think we got 385. Brandon Flynn. Who are we watching right now? Oh no, this is Seb. Again, he's just right. I just would love for him to say, okay, you know what?
385 is a good ball right now.
I'm going to start this OB left. Just hit my shot. 385 is a good ball.
Yeah, I think that's going to be those are good numbers right now, just based off the wind conditions. Like this morning, there was first set they had a little downwind, and right now we're fighting just a slight crosswind. right to left. And they said Will's made the adjustment to hit a draw, and you've seen like his misses, like he's just hitting tight draws, and he's got a game plan definitely. And right now, like I said, Seb, for him, I would just really focus on I don't know if he's going to hear it or anyone to tell him, but try to hit a little bit of a draw there, which, like I said, it's not going to happen, but it might.
Well, you've
tighten
got
up his
two
dispersion.
options, right? Just aim over the range on the left and hope it comes back.
Yeah.
Or work on that draw.
Well, we talked about Naoto Masumi yesterday too. Like he figured it out. Like he did that. He made the adjustment as far as like aiming out left, but he was taking up so much movement left to right that his golf balls weren't going anywhere. It was hitting 30, 40 yards left to right, and that just takes up so much real estate where you're not going to hit it very far. So, and he did make an adjustment the last set. He aimed out like 30 yards right and then tried to hit a pull. But yeah, this is a game of adjustments, and once again, Seb's really, really fast, but at the end of the day, he needs grid time. He needs to get in, get on the tee box and hit a lot of balls and play and go out, and he's instead of. Like I say, a lot of these guys in the offseason, they're hitting into nets, they're hitting into monitors. You really, truly have to see ball flight in order to make adjustments. Like, those numbers of tiles on TrackMan and Quad and Flight Scope, there's a reason why those numbers are there. Like, they mean something. So, if I was like Sebastian, I would focus on, how much movement left to right, how do I tighten that up, because he's plenty fast enough, but at the end of the day, this is a speed game, but it's not at the same time. You got to optimize your spin, your launch, landing angles, what have you. And you saw those guys today that are the best in the world, just cruising at 215 and just optimizing the most out of that golf ball. Like you said, Justin James was, putting it on a string. It was dead. It was laser straight. So, and they got another gear, but like that gear right now is perfect. So I really like Isaiah Joyner here in slot number 3. He's in control too, just right around 210 ball speed, not much movement, just really, really good swing. As we said, 209.8, 2,300, 199 feet in the air.
We just watched Zach Holton, and with the Holton stomp, 216.
Yeah.
Does he normally hit that big of a draw?
No, honestly, like when Zach's at his best, like he hits kind of just like a high block, like, and it's not like it's there's not much movement in his golf ball. It's just like I say, a block, just a little like 10 yard push outright.
I think we just saw a great one from Tyga. It looks like it's landing just left of center, and it's staying in.
Zach Holton, 217.
Oh.
This one's flirting down the left side of the grid. That's a good ball right there from Zach Holton.
We have 371 posted from Isaiah Joyner. Waiting on numbers for Tyga and Zach.
Yeah, Zach's a golfer as well, so he can make adjustments on the fly as well. I'm seeing his ball flight a little bit lower than he's accustomed to. Let's see the height on that one. Well, 186 feet. I really like this ball from Zach Holton. The last two balls I really like. Good profiles, good numbers. 2,100 spin on that last one. 217.9 ball speed. I would say that's going to take the lead. He's got to be in. With those numbers, he's got to be, I would say, in the 90s. There you go, 397. Maybe even the next one was better. I think his third ball was even better. He's hitting it dead straight.
Can we talk about his swing? 220, 221 almost.
Yeah.
What is the stomping thing?
It's more of a trigger, just like getting that body moving. Similar to a pitcher, and you saw it with Kyle doing it when he in 2000, a little bit of feet movement in 2018, but he really incorporated that left foot, right foot, and then go. It's a trigger, just keeping that body moving. Still interested to see what Zach Holton's number was on that third ball, because like I said, that profile of that shot looked really nice. But yeah, 397. It's a humongous drive right now, and like I said, earlier on, Zach was only a few swings away for, competing for a world championship. He ended up making the semifinals and ended up taking third, where Martin and Bryson ended up going heads up, which we talked about earlier as well. The heads up match is so much fun, but like at the same time,
right?
And
not
Martin,
back to back.
I still remember Martin's numbers. He went 225 and then he went 222, but he hit we talked about shot shaping. Martin needed to hit a cut. He hit a cut at 222 that went 10 yards farther than a 225 draw. great shots. I mean, practically the same ball speed, landing, spin, all the above. But he kind of rode out the wind and ended up beating Bryson by 20 yards. But it was fun to watch Bryson as well, a different hitter that was just super consistent around 212 to 215 mile per hour all tournament. And we're seeing that today with this golf ball. This golf ball really helps out the guys that are right around 210, 215 ball speed. I think it benefits them more than the guys that are a little bit faster. And then the guys that are faster are going to have to – they're trying to figure out now is like, all right, well, do I need to spin it more? Do I need to spin it less? Because, if they're spinning it downwind, I mean, that golf ball is still going to go a country mile. And we saw Martin yesterday with the longest drive at 458 yards. So the ball flies a long, long way, and it flies straight, too. It's a really, really good golf ball. So, a lot of the guys are going to be getting their kinks out and trying to figure out, what this ball does early on in the season. And by, the third or fourth or fifth tournament, they'll have a really good idea what they need to do, a much better game plan moving forward. But
having a ball that's 90 compression, it's built better. It's two-piece still, softer. I feel like it benefits the entire field of long drive from amateur, senior, women's, and even the open. But you can practice with it at home, right? Like you can buy it and yes, go back in your simulator, but still at least you get to work on it with if you have a launch monitor.
Yeah. I would say for me, sitting in the booth, I want to see a lot more balls in play. But they always talk about the law of diminishing returns. Are the guys almost too fast for that golf ball? That question will be answered, throughout the entire year. But that's just like any sport. You have to make adjustments, and these guys are going to make adjustments. They're the best in the world at what they do. They're masters of their craft, and I said it'll be interesting to see later on when the adrenaline starts flowing, the weather heats up. We might see drives, touching 230 mile per hour today. So right now, after 2 full sets, Zach Holton and Will Hoger at 400 points. Brandon Flynn, Victor Bourget, Bobby Ray, and Isaiah Joyner are tied for 5th. Scotty Pearman, Taika Tazawa, and Seb Twaddell is at 50 points. So Seb would probably need to go win-win in order to get in. And you can just see it really truly just comes down to spin numbers with Seb. Spinning it, taking a little bit too much room left to right.
So right now on the tee we have Isaiah Joyner, Seb Twaddell, and Scotty Pearman. I'm not sure if you said that, but just letting everyone know. We're watching Isaiah right now.
210. He looks. Yeah, I mean, he's settled in right around 210 mile per hour. A little too high on the apex. He's at 222 right now. Scotty Pearman going to make an adjustment. Like I said, this grid sets up perfect right now for the win for Scotty. So he just needs to find it.
But we've seen consistently anyone that's hitting that draw on that left side, it's just not stopping. Mm-hmm. It's just flirting with that OB line. And, for both Isaiah and right now we're watching Seb. Oh, it's too far on that left side.
He made an adjustment. Look at that. That's his first ball that he said. That's a good ball. That's not in play, but that's a bomb right there.
So I was like, oh.
Perfect numbers. 222, pull left.
I think I would just love for them to, go back to relying on their golf swing. And I know they're trying to chase numbers, but you've got to just play strategy here, But Scotty Pearman taking his time before his last ball. He's got 5 OB.
Yeah, Scotty's got to take a deep breath here. And right now, like I said, I know he knows he wants to hit a high draw here, but maybe you make an adjustment and just tell yourself, I just want to hit a 5-yard cut. And maybe he'll still hit a draw, but there you go. Hold.
Oh.
Nope, he doesn't like it. All right, so Seb looks like his last ball is going to be in play. 2,200 spin, 240 feet in the air. That's so high. I mean, I don't know if that's going to go past 368 with that type of height. I mean, the spin numbers weren't too bad. Oh, Scotty got his last ball in. It tricks us a little bit. It definitely tricks us a little bit. We saw yesterday with who was it? It was Costello. Costello, we thought hit a ball OB on his last ball, and it stayed in place. So the Flight Scope Tracer it's kind of, if it's a little bit off, the flags, a little bit left of the flags, it still could potentially be in. So Seb Twiddell ends up taking down the set at 376. He had it 240 feet in the air, but his spin numbers were okay. They were 2,200. He didn't overspin it, and speed won that set. And he straightened. His dispersion was tight. He essentially just hit the ball dead straight, but just 240 feet in the air. So Seb ends up taking a win, which was critical for him. He had to get a W there. So he's at 250 points. Still looking on the outside, looking in. Bobby Ray has one more set to go. Taiga Tozawa, to finish off the round of the third round. But Zach Holton at 400, Will Hogue at 400. They just got to hit a couple balls and play. They should be good.
Okay, I was behind 376 from Seb.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yep, last ball.
Because it moved, and I was like, "Where is this last ball?" Oh, fantastic.
Maybe someone did call him and say, "Listen, try to hit a draw," because those last 4 or 5 golf balls were straight,
Yeah.
That one pull that he hit OB was by far his best ball. 222, good spin. Bobby Ray, Brandon Flynn, Taiga Tozawa.
Taiga needs a win here.
Yep.
Oh man.
Taiga with a low sweeping hook.
Looking at that, 213, 2,500, Apex 87. I just wish if it didn't have as much right to left spin, that would have been bomb.
Yep. One thing we're looking at Bobby Ray. One thing Bobby Ray does is he hits the ball pretty relatively straight. This one's flirting down the left side of the grid here. 210, 25 or 2,000 spin, 150. That's a good optimized flight right there. Now he carried it, set at 354. So if that one stays in play, that's a big ball. And that one was flirting down the left side as well.
Here we have Brandon Flynn.
Brandon right around 203 right now. Speeds are down just a smidgen today.
The guys in this group are definitely frustrated with themselves. I think they all need to take a breath. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It does go by fast, but you can use it efficiently.
Brandon, this one looks like a block right. That one's not going to stay in play as well. Brandon just looks off just a tad. Just a tad. But the good thing is he got a win right out of the blocks, and he took a second place. He's got a ball in play. He's going to have 350 at the absolute worst case scenario right now. So hitting balls in play is critical.
See here, if I have my last ball and I'm looking at, my competitors who also have, I would wait. I would wait and see their ball flight.
Yeah, Brandon Flynn, 210 right there. One. That's a good one. So we got two guys, Bobby Ray, that had the same type of numbers here. They're both at 1,700 and the same, practically the same height in golf ball. So, literally the same shot. They both yelled at it. So they're saying that Brandon's last ball was OB.
Yep.
Wow. Brandon stepped on the gas there. But Bobby Ray finishing strong here with a 383. He's going to take down that set. He's going to put him at 400 points. Brandon Flynn is going to take third place. Taiga Tozawa on his last ball at 365. We'll be back right after this. More from World Long Drive coming up. This is the round of 24.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Everyone takes the championship belts. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
We are back. Will Hogue, Victor Bourget, Zach Holton. Zach Holton just needing to get a ball or two in play here. and they should be looking good. Zach Holton at 364, Victor Bourget 354. Sorry, Victor Bourget. I'm calling him Bourget. You call him Bourget. Will Hogue still working on a number right now. Will Hogue at 400 points. Just needs to put a ball in play. Little bunt. And what I'm liking to see right now is like guys like Victor Bourget and Jake from State Farm. No,
Jeff from State Farm.
Jake
That's
from State Farm.
You know, we've just created his new wardrobe. His whole closet's going to be red shirts and khaki pants.
So Jeff Schmuck. I mean, you know, there are guys that are right, you know, mid 205, and even Bourget's right around, you know, 200-ish, you know, between 200, 205.
Mm-hmm.
They're just optimizing that golf ball right now. They're getting the most out of that golf ball, and they're competing where they're going to, you know, he's got a chance right now to get into the round of 16 in slot number 2, and he's hit a bunch of golf balls, which definitely helps. It helps the hitters that they got to hit on Friday and the regional qualifier. So Victor Bourget has a bunch of experience so far this week on this grid, so he's comfortable, he's relaxed. And, you know, right now we're still – Will Hogue finally got a number on the board. So Will Hogue is going to get in. You're going to see him in the final 16. Zach Holton's going to get in as well.
Here we get to watch a swing from Will Hogue. It's interesting. He sets up like a golfer with his right foot, but then he steps back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's funny because most people are stepping out. He steps back with his right foot.
Yeah, he's working on getting that weight on the inside part of his right foot. And just like we talked about Zach Holton doing the stomp, I mean, it's just more of a trigger to get their body moving.
Mm-hmm. You know, in a few years, we're going to see his son Jackson out here. He said that Jackson beat him playing on a par 3 course. I was like, you let him win, right? He said, no. He legit beat me.
Yeah. Well, we always joke around saying in Long Drive that we, you know, drive par 4s and 3-putt for par. So.
Wait, what about your kids? Are they going to come out?
Oh yeah. No, my son's gonna throw 107 miles per hour, and he's gonna be hitting 700 home runs throughout his career as well. He's Shohei Ohtani, or I just messed up his name, but Ohtani. You know, that guy's a stud.
And then he'll come to Long Drive.
Yeah.
All right, so Will Hogue, 388.
Yep. Zach Holton.
392.
392.
Victor Bourget. So how does that affect the points? So now Zach Holton's with 600 points, Will Hogue 500.
Yeah, they're in.
And Bobby Ray 400.
So we got a little bit of a log jam at 300 points. Victor Bourget and Isaiah Joyner at 300. Sebastian Twaddell, humongous win for him. He had to get a W there to give himself a chance. If he does win the final set, then he'll be at 450 points. But Zach Holton and Will Hogue are safely in. We did see 400 get in the last group. And who will be matching up? So you got Sebastian Twaddell, Victor Bourget, and Taiga Tazawa. Taiga wins, he'll have 400. Victor Bourget is at 300.
I like this camera view because you get to see, you know, all of them hitting together in their unique swings.
And Victor going back to back here.
I think Seb has figured it out. I think we've seen him make some adjustments, but this last swing, it looks like he got a note.
He got a number. 3,200 spin, but he hit it 146 feet in the air, so he hit it skinny. He hit it a little thin.
He did, but 345.
It's a number. Right now, a number is extremely important, and like I said, he made an adjustment, whether he heard us or not. But look at this. He's trying to hit a draw. Wow, Sebastian Twaddell hitting it right to left.
Yeah, if somebody's texting him, good job.
Yeah,
because this is good to see.
Oh yeah, he had to make. I mean, and like I said, sometimes it's something so minimal that you know that you have to change mentally, and it'll change the outcome of the event. You know, some of the competitors might get mad at us for giving some tips there. You know, you never know. So because he's really fast and he can figure it out.
Oh, another one.
221.3 from Seb, 1,800 spin, 238 in the air. This one looks like more of like a high cut.
I saw it land, so no rollout on that last one.
Yeah,
but it's look at this, 3 in.
Yep.
Confidence is building, and
yep.
This is what we needed.
Yeah, this probably will get him in. He'd be at 450 points. Tyga's still working on a number because if Tyga wins, he'd be at 400. 300 is not going to be the number.
I'd love to see all of their swings in a row and in line.
Mm-hmm. Tyga just off just a bit. We're looking at his ball flight right now, and it just looks like he's just a little bit of a push. 210 ball speed, 2,800 spin, 170 feet in the air. Seb. $3,500 spin, 129.
Here we go. Watch this. I just think it's so fun to watch Tyga hit it.
I love him, man. 366. So it looks like Tyga is going to be eliminated from the event here. Well, he might be at 300, but Victor's in, so Victor's at 350.
And you really get to see. I mean, Seb is so tall, and just the emotion.
Yeah.
You don't get to see it from their backswing, but watching from the front, you're emotional up there. You almost for everything everything you worked on the range just out of your mind when you stand up on the tee. Like you don't even remember anything.
No. Well, right now Zach Holton looks phenomenal. Looks awesome. I mean, yesterday it was really fun to see that first group of hitters. Seeing JJ and Kyle and Colton Castro, Ryan Gregnall. Essentially, they all won their sets. I know Kyle took a second in the fourth round, but that was cool to see two guys get in. I really love that structure, and because they don't take any sets off. You're incentivized to get to the round of 16, and you save yourself 24 swings. You get to sleep in, you get to, really take your time, and you only have to get hot one time, instead of a couple. So I really like that structure, and if that keeps going, there won't be offsets, especially that first.
However, there are some benefits to having those extra swings, because you've played golf and where the first 9 holes you're like, and then the back 9 you're like, okay, I need another 9.
Yeah.
Right? You just find it. You're firing. You figured out your sequence. Sometimes it just works out all the right kinks.
Well, it would be maybe a little bit different, if these guys went right into the round of 16, but they're going to take a little bit of a break. This is they're going to have 4 or 5 hours where they're going to have to settle down, get some fluids in them, stretch, so they have to get hot a couple times. But they didn't take that many swings, but 24 swings still, especially guys that are like 205, 206, 208. They're going all out, and some of those guys like JJ and Reed Russell and Kyle and even Zach Holt and Will Hogue, they can back off a little bit and they can conserve energy. And that's what we saw in the first set. And like I said, there's a reason why they're the best hitters in the world. They can still control ball flight. Their ball flight actually is going to be better, at 215. I like this number from Isaiah Joyner, 212. He's starting to step on the gas a little bit. 2,000 spin, just pushed out a little left. But right now, Isaiah Joyner takes a win. He'd have 500 points. So he might be pressing just a little bit. Really, really important for him to get a number. Bobby Ray has a ball in place. He'll be at 450.
374 coming in, Bobby Ray.
Okay, so Bobby Ray takes the lead. That'll get him in. Will Hogue's already in. Will doesn't really have to go after it, and you can tell he's not going after it. 202 ball speed. He's just, he's conserving energy. But Isaiah Joyner, the pressure's on him right now, and he's putting up really nice numbers. 212, 210 ball speed. He's got good spin rates.
Watch this one from Isaiah Joyner. He stepped back, but now he's just relying on, he's almost lining it up with the shaft. Mm-hmm. He was walking into it, and he's just in balance now. Earlier today, he was falling back. His weight just wasn't in the right place. I think his transition is much better. Look at that. Oh, I said it, but...
Hold. This one's hugging down the left line. And like I say, if you're an absolute degenerate gambler and you're figuring out if there's any way that Isaiah Joyner can get in if he gets 50 points, Brandon Flynn would have to go OB. And then Scotty Perriman. You literally could have a tie, essentially, for 5 guys for 5th place. You could have Brandon Flynn, Victor Bourget, Isaiah Joyner, Tyga's out with Scotty Perriman. But did that last ball from Isaiah Joyner go in?
Because it went out.
Those numbers look really good, too.
They did. Come on, Isaiah.
And I wouldn't take this as a bad set. Big ball from Isaiah Joyner right here. 215 mile per hour, 2,400 spin, 203 apex. If that ball stays in play, that's a bomb from him. That would change the complexion of the final 5 right now.
It didn't have much roll, though, so this would
be all carry here.
This is a big carry.
But those were huge numbers. Those are numbers like similar that JJ and Kyle were putting up and earlier on.
Come on. I see them measuring it, so it has to be in. It's close.
Yeah. His spin numbers weren't too bad either. They were actually really good. They were about 2,400, 369. So he ends up taking
100 points.
He's at 400.
He's been
so he's on
consistent.
the bubble right now. So Brandon Flynn has to get a ball in play. If Brandon Flynn takes second or better, he will knock Isaiah Joyner out. So right now, critical for Brandon Flynn to put a ball in play. He's going up against Zach Holton and Scotty Perriman. Scotty Perriman is mathematically out of the tournament right now. And if I'm Scotty, I'm just working on making some adjustments right here. Try to get as many balls as you can in play, and just regroup and get ready for Hobe Sound, because Scotty is one of the best competitors, in the field. And
But Scotty could really mix this up.
Yep.
He has a potential to
Yep.
create a playoff situation. Or
So Brandon Flynn just hit a ball in play right now. Get a number on the board. Guarantees him that the absolute worst case scenario playoff against Isaiah Joyner. If he takes second or better, Isaiah Joyner will be eliminated. So Zach Holton is in. Bobby Ray, Will Hogue, Sebastian Twiddell. Right now, Brandon Flynn ball out of the gates at 380. It's a good start. Scotty Perriman 359. On paper, Brandon Flynn is in the lead, which means Isaiah Joyner would be out.
based on flight scope, it looks like Zach Holton hit another good ball, but again, we can't tell if it's just bouncing off on that right side.
And I think that's what Brandon Flynn's strategy was going into that third set, was just to try to get some balls in play. And he didn't really step on the gas until ball 5 and 6. Ended up taking third, so applying a little pressure to himself in this set. But right out of the chute on the first ball goes 380, which is a good start. And like I said, Zach Holton more than likely is trying to conserve some energy. Scotty Perriman 359. Brandon Flynn is still alive. He's at 380. Scotty Perriman 359. Zach Holton 343.
That 380 is a huge ball. It just puts him right over Isaiah Joyner, giving him those 200 points. So,
but it was nice to see Seb Twiddell making an adjustment the last two sets. He had to make an adjustment. Had to. Brandon Flynn looking good now. He's at 210, 1,800 spin. 212 in the air. We'll see how that one finishes out. But we're kind of getting a really good feel now for these numbers in the booth, that about 170 feet in the air is kind of your optimal height today. Brandon Flynn 360. So yeah, he hit that too high.
here they go. All their last balls, they're all set up.
So that ball that Brandon Flynn just hit yesterday would have been better. So
Yeah.
that's not the flight right now.
And that one looks like it's just peeling right for Scotty Perriman. So
Yeah, if Scotty Perriman doesn't improve in Zach Holton, then Brandon Flynn is way in. And he is. So
He is.
Zach Holton, Bobby Ray, Will Hogue, Sebastian Twiddell, and Brandon Flynn are your top 5. The round of 16 is set. Win isn't that much different than earlier on, but it's definitely doesn't help the hitter being right to left.
you can see these flags down the right side are kind of pointing towards us. So
All right. So if I ask you now, who's your favorite, you're still not going to answer, right?
no,
Okay. I'm not going to say a favorite either.
we know your favorites. I think
Well, I
everyone
mean-
watching knows.
Well, I mean, you looked at Martin was on cruise control. He looked awesome, yesterday. And for me, like Greg Knoll and Colton, Greg Knoll looked awesome. Just getting balls out and play right away, and that's something that I'll be looking at, with Greg Knoll and Colton early on, and Mark Costello. Costello hit great, and we'll see. I think like guys like JJ and Kyle, it might have benefited them where they can kind of tinker around, looking at different profiles of shot shapes and spin rates, what have you. And I know that they'll go back and take a peek at the telecast and see what works. But it'll be interesting to see here. The round of 16. We're going to start to see golf balls going 225 up to 230 miles per hour. But we'll be back at 11:45.
With the senior division final rounds, we'll have match play, World Long Drive Mesquite, senior division final rounds. Yep. Players
Yeah.
are seated 1 to 8, and 2 will be on the tee box at the same time. The one longest ball moves on to the next round.
Yeah, but yeah, missing Eddie Fernandez today. But yeah, interested to see Gavin and John Graves.
And we get Jason Atkins back.
Jason Atkins,
Okay,
can't wait to
can
hear
I-
him scream
Can I
and yell
put
at
that in there?
Yeah, you will definitely hear Jason Atkins from the booth, and he'll be like 50 yards away from us, but you'll hear him. Passionate guy out of Australia. But yeah, I if I have to sit there and if we're sitting in the booth, we have to pick. I mean, I really like John Graves, and I like Jeff Gavin. Jeff Gavin's got 2 world championships in this division, and I mean, we always say he drinks from the fountain of youth, and he has the honor and privilege to drink Tim Hortons every day, which makes me extremely jealous. But yep, John Graves, Jeff Gavin, those boys can move it. And I said we're missing Eddie Fernandez today, but he'll be back in Hobe Sound, and we'll see you here in a little bit.
We'll see you guys soon.
Alrighty.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. Everyone takes the championship belts. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word is Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game. Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about cuts. Everyone chase the championship belts. World championship. The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about cuts. Everyone chase the championship belts. World championship. The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about cuts. Everyone chase the championship belts. World championship.
Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. 3-4-10. Everyone takes the championship belt. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. 3-4-10. Everyone takes the championship belt. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God, and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
The best long hitters in the world have come for a chance to call themselves a world champion. It's all about power. It's all about accuracy. It's all about guts. 3-4-10. Everyone takes the championship belt. World championship.
Introducing the new Bridgestone E9 Long Drive. Co-designed by World Long Drive athletes to push the limits of distance. Thanks to extreme ball speed and superior aerodynamic flight. Engineered for you to hit your longest drive. Drive the new E9 Long Drive. Extreme distance for your game.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
This is the grid that the Bombers call home.
You're throwing the tee in the ground. If your hand's not shaking, there's something wrong.
I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. I'm in my element, flow is like water, I'm forced to the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element, yeah. I'm in my element.
We're back. Mesquite, Nevada. The senior division just wrapped up the 16 hitters down to 8. Jeff Gavin, the man who drinks from the fountain of youth, 54-year-old superstar, 2-time world champ, will be headlining the final 8. I like the structure that they have in the seniors. It's action-packed. They're going to have 2 quarterfinals. 4 guys are going to hit. They're going to take the top 2. In each bracket, they'll go down to the semifinals with 4 hitters. 2 guys are going to advance to the finals, and then we'll have a winner here in about 15 minutes. Action-packed, but can I ask, who do you have winning this?
Again, no, I'm not going to pick a favorite. But, you know, this whole afternoon, you've got to stay tuned. After the senior division, we have the women. So we have Phyllis Meddy and Sandra Karlberg are back. I'm excited to see that. And we've got not new faces to long drive, but world long drive.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be really exciting. And then back with the open, and stay tuned all the way until 5:45. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean,
it's a long afternoon.
I'm excited to see Sandra and Phyllis back. You got 8 world championships combined.
Yeah.
And the girls division is extremely strong, so that's going to be a lot of fun. They're going to have 16 hitters, drop it down to 8 as well, and then they're going to do heads-up matches, a little bit different than the senior structure, but the open division is going to be locked and loaded, and I think we're going to be able to see some 225, 230 mile per hour ball speeds. And right now at the win, we'll see 400-yard drives.
Yeah. So
Stay tuned. We're good? America. All right, we're live in Mesquite, Nevada. The senior division final 8. Jeff Gavin, Rob Oristaglio, Chris Campbell, Jason Atkins, John Graves, Zach Adams, George Nagy, and Ryan Gerhardt. Jeff Gavin, 2-time Masters Division world champion, senior division world champion now. Rob Oristaglio making his senior debut, 45 years old. Let me see here. Who we got? Zach Adams won last year in Hope Sound. Ryan Gerhardt has been around for 20 years. And looking forward to seeing John Graves. John Graves is making a couple changes in the last few sets. He's someone that we said early on in the telecast that, you know, Gavin and John Graves would more than likely be the favorites going into this. Eddie Fernandez will be making his season debut in the senior division. He is the current world champion and will be in Hope Sound next month. 407 from Jeff Gavin, longest ball of the round of 16. Gavin is always drinking from the fountain of youth. He has the honor and privilege to drink Tim Hortons every single day, so I feel like he has a slight advantage over the entire group. Do we have any other Canadians in this? We do have an Australian, Jason Atkins. He will be... This is what I'm interested to see. Who's going to be louder on the tee box? Is it going to be Zach Adams or Jason Atkins? Because those guys can yell. You'll definitely hear them from our microphone.
We need to put mics over there so we can just sneak them right next to the ball bag.
We've figured out camera 4. It looks like we have slot number 4 figured out now. We had a big storm roll through here yesterday during the amateur division, and one of the cameras took a dive and ended up breaking, but which happens a lot here in Mesquite. You get some crazy winds. Oh, we're back with all 4 cameras. Oh, we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Good. So we'll be able to get data in every single slot, and the spin numbers have been a little bit different today as far as being optimized, especially in the open division in the round of 24. When they were spinning it a little bit more yesterday, it was good. Today, lower spin rates, a little bit lower launch. As it said, Justin James, 215 mile per hour, tight draw, 171 feet in the air, about 2,000, 2,200 spin. That was kind of the shot that you wanted to hit today. And the usual suspects that they would think would get to the final 16 are there. World champion Martin Borgmeyer, world champion Kyle Berkshire, and world champion Justin James will headline the final 16 here in a couple hours. But right now we're in the final 8 of the senior division. We have Jeff Gavin, Jason Atkins, John Graves, and Ryan Gearhart. 4 guys are going to hit. They're going to take the top 2 drives. This is a single elimination format. This is my favorite format because technically anybody can win this, regardless of ball speed and launch and spin, what have you. It's imperative to get numbers on the board because everybody's susceptible to going OB. And Jeff Gavin, definitely the favorite today to win this tournament. And like I said, keying in on John Graves and Jeff Gavin. John Graves struggled just a little bit in a couple of the sets, and it looked like he made an adjustment in round number 5. So I'm interested to see his ball flight because he was hitting a little tight draw, but he was pulling it a little left. So let's see if John Graves can make some adjustments here. And we're ready to rock and roll. Jeff Gavin, slot number 1. The favorite to win it. He's been in the sport an extremely long time. Successful, has won all over the world. Ryan Gearhart looked great as well earlier today. Troy, on your 2-hour break, what'd you eat? Did you eat fresh?
I did. That's not another plug. We won't say any more plugs today. We'll just give just hints at what they are.
I had a ribeye at the house. Unfortunately, we got to check out. We're checked out. So we're here to stay. We're in Mesquite, Nevada, the home of Long Drive, our Yankee Stadium. We have 2 events here throughout the entire year. 11 events thanks to GF Sports and Entertainment. They acquired World Long Drive IP and also Professional Lawn Drivers Association. So they're running the show, and I have watched the broadcast, and it's getting progressively better as well. Everybody's starting to figure it out now because the last telecast that we just had with the second round of 24, round of 24 was awesome, looked great. So thanks for tuning in. We're ready to rock and roll.
And we're off.
2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, 6 golf balls.
Right now we're watching John Graves.
There we go. Little bit of a cut right now. Just getting a ball on the board is important. So he was having a little issues with, he was hitting toe hooks. So he had the ball a little too far up in his stance and reaching just a little bit. His club face was closed at address. So probably going to make some changes as he goes here. But really, really good hitter.
Right here we've got Jason Atkins, one of my favorites. He's so animated. All right, looks like Ryan Gearhart hit a good one.
Yep, Gavin at 207. More than likely, he will be the fastest guy on this tee box.
Would you say that the senior division is, around 190?
No, I think your guys like Gavin. Gavin's a 210, 215 guy.
He's the anomaly.
And then you got Eddie Fernandez, who's 220. We're still working on numbers right now with the guys. We heard a 364. But don't know who that was from as of yet.
364, Ryan Gearhart.
Right now, really important to get a ball in. Gavin looks like he's hitting a big high hook right here. 210 mile per hour, ball speed 1,500, spin 161 in the air. I like those numbers. Probably wants to tighten up the dispersion a little bit, but Gavin takes the lead at 385 yards. John Graves still working on a number.
I think he knows that. Love those striped pants. I think he knows that his club face is open, so he sets it for the draw, which I think he's canceling out. Not hitting the hook, canceling out with his body and opening the club face. Yeah, Jeff Gavin 207. This could be a big ball if it stays in.
Yeah, Gavin looks good. I mean, those are just good numbers. He knows that he doesn't have to go full throttle on this at all. You know, I mean, he can smooth it at 207, 208, which his fastest ball speed so far in the set has been 210 mile per hour. We're keying in on Jeff Gavin, 2-time world champion in the senior division, a man who has won many tournaments in the open and senior division. 54 years young, if I'm wrong. His beautiful wife, Wendy Gavin, will tell me. So, Wendy, if he's not 54, please tell me. Ryan Gerhardt with a great set here. He's got 4 out of 5 in play as of right now. And it looks like he's going to take second place. So right now, you got Jeff Gavin and Ryan Gerhardt going to be in the semifinals. .385 is a good number.
It looked like on Jeff Gavin's last swing, he really went for it. Do you think that was necessary? I mean, in the senior division, shouldn't you, not saying anything, but shouldn't you conserve your energy?
Well, this is the finals. He knows that he has 18 total swings to go, and he is so strong. Gavin can hit golf balls all day. So I'm not concerned with his stamina because he's the type of guy that will hit in the open division and senior division, and you'll see him late. He literally got last balled by Bryson last year to make the final 16 and still made the finals in the senior division as well, going up against Eddie. Robert Oristaglio, Robbo, slot number 1, making his senior debut. He's been in the sport since 2007. Chris Campbell, Zach Adams, and George Nagy. Zach looked really good, hit a lot of balls in play. Zach won in Hope Sound last year. A veteran of the sport, second year in the senior division. A really, really good hitter. Zach's prototypical ball flight is a mid to high cut. Not too much movement on his golf ball, and he looked extremely comfortable in the box. The 2 sets that I saw from the side from the booth here.
Oh, look at that move.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear for these guys.
Again, just picking up so many tips being here in the booth watching them. I like that little butt waggle. Hey.
You said they got to keep them old bones moving, right? But,
all right, George.
Robbo here in slot number 1, keying in on him.
Lefty for George.
Robbo he likes it. He's right at 199 ball speed, but Rob's the type of guy that's hit probably 1,000 corporate and charity exhibitions, so this stage is normal for him. Crazy enough, Rob was diagnosed with melanoma cancer 3 months ago and had 4 major spots taken off his head, his chest, his bicep, and his back, but it's good to see that he's out on the grid. Good dude, 360, good number on the board for him as of right now. Still waiting on numbers from Chris Campbell, Zach Adams, and George Nagy. Robbo, 205, right down meridian, as we would say in Indianapolis.
186 right now from Nagy. This looks good.
What I'm looking at with Robbo is like that ball is tight, it's straight, and he went 205. So it looks like him and Gavin have been the fastest guys so far. Robbo ended up taking 900 points, and Gavin took 1,000 in that round of 16. So, Robbo looking good right now. He's hitting just a low to mid, like baby cut, 205 ball speed. And he turned it over just a little bit, but he's got some good ball flight. Zach Adams, still working on a number, 305, miss hit. You'll know if Zach hits one good. You'll hear it from the booth.
Would you say that he's the favorite in this set?
Well, right now, if we're looking at Zach's numbers, I mean, Rob's ball flight is super, super tight. I mean, he's essentially just hitting like a 2-yard cut, and his ball speed was 205. Like I said, he's a veteran. He's probably got 6-7 World Championship appearances over the years.
Well, we got almost a 202 from Chris Campbell.
Yep. Zach Adams, 196, yelling at it. A little bit of a miss hit.
Curious to see, like earlier today, if that left side, it was just running out.
I did see a couple balls. The good thing about being on the side here, watching it before the broadcast, I was able to see a lot of ball flight. The guys that were hitting like mid to low launch, they were getting some decent rollout. They really were. So Chris Campbell, as of right now, is in the lead. Zach Adams yelling at his last ball at 198.7. He likes it, 2,300 spin. Apex 178, good flight for him. Robbo at 207. Robbo's looking good. Robbo is looking really good. He's nice and composed, very relaxed.
So it looks like Robert and Chris are going to.
As of right now, Zach Adams screamed at his last ball. Robbo's definitely in. Zach Adams at 356.
Still waiting on the last ball for George.
Yep. But, Rob looks extremely composed. I mean, he's kind of like Justin James today. It doesn't even look like he's got his heart's beating right now. It's just super, super relaxed. And he has a couple, two good balls out there at 378, 372. So Rob Orastaglio, Chris Campbell, they end up winning this round, and they're going to go right into the semifinals, which will be Jeff Gavin, Ryan Gerhardt, Chris Campbell, and Rob Orastaglio. So Robbo with his debut in the senior division looking good, making a semifinal. So that'll be interesting to see. Gavin's hitting a high draw the first couple sets, and you're looking at the flags right now. They actually go a little bit left to right, so he might be fighting it just a smidgen, but you're talking maybe 1 or 2 mile per hour of wind right now. It's not going to affect too much. Rob's prototypical ball flight is a little bit of a cut. So Jeff Gavin, Robbo, Chris Campbell, Ryan Gerhardt.
This is interesting. Some of the flags, the first few flags are not moving at all.
Yep.
The back right are really swinging.
Yeah. See, this is what we talked about yesterday, which it will be interesting to see later on down the road. Gavin, winning his bracket, and not only that, it would be nice to see if he could pick a slot. Like, hey, if you're the number 1 seed, you can pick what slot you want. Like, kind of like, whatever, the quarter mile, drag racing. Because if I was Gavin, I would want to be in slot number 4, and if I was Robbo, I'd want to be in slot number 1. So they're like switch. They're
That's
opposite.
interesting, because if I was hitting a fade, I'd be on the right. I would line up on the right side of the tee box and feel like I had the entire, grid to sling it back.
Well, if you're fighting.
Oh, but I see you're trying to fight.
You're fighting the wind just a little bit. So if you're in slot number 1, you have essentially 60 yards to miss. Right.
Yeah.
So it's almost impossible if you're hitting just that nice little tight cut in slot number 1. Like, very rarely are you going to miss the grid. So, and I mean, there's times where they said they call it a double cross, but you'll see guys just pull it just barely OB left.
Also, being in slot 1 and 2, you get to see the rest of your competitors. So you get to see them either rushing or missing, or get to know what's happening. It's hard to just turn around and say, hey, what's happening behind me?
But you're looking at Gavin Orastaglio, Chris Campbell. They had 1,900 and 800 points. Ryan Gerhardt, veteran of the sport, second year, along with Zach Adams in the senior division. Got really, really good hitters right now, good representatives of the senior division. So you got the 2-time world champ in the Masters division in slot number 1, Jeff Gavin, Robbo, and slot 2, Chris Campbell and Ryan Gerhardt. So they have Robbo keyed in right now as the featured hitter. Like I said, really relaxed. Robbo looks nice and comfortable, taking his time. Gavin, 208 right down the middle. Looking good here with Gavin. 187 feet in the air, 1,800. Robbo, 198. Don't like that. It's right down the middle, which is a number. And sometimes, that's perfect. Gavin, right out of the blocks at 379. Chris Campbell, OB. Ryan Gerhardt, OB. Robbo with a number. He's got a number on the board. I'd say it'd probably come back in the 50s, just based off of ball speed. 50, 60, somewhere in there. Gavin, OB left. Robbo really taking his time, taking a look at the clock. Robbo at 347, so yeah, that was a miss hit. Gavin, slot number 1, still in the lead, 379. They're going to take the top 2 hitters. Chris Campbell still working on a number. Ryan Gerhardt working on a number as well. If they hit balls in play, Robbo's going to have to step it up, because I don't think 347 is going to be good. Ryan Gerhardt, 358. And not only that, Robbo needs to speed up just a little bit. He's only hit a few balls here, and he's going to have to speed up to get these last 4 balls in play.
But if you knew you could hit a bomb and only hit 2 drives, I would do that.
Well, the only guy that I've really seen that can go up on a tee box and hit 4 or 5 golf balls is David Mobley, who's got a world championship in the Open, the senior, and the super senior division. He's such a good ball striker that he only wants to hit 4 or 5 balls. He's a golfer as well. So, but right now, Rob's on the outside looking in. He's going to need to speed up here a little bit. Gavin's still looking good at 379. Ryan Gerhardt is in second place by 1 yard to Chris Campbell. These are unofficial numbers, so they might be tied.
We were talking yesterday about player equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that the senior division has made the switch to a more, flexible, lower CPM shaft, or are they sticking to tradition and the XX stiff?
I mean, just looking at Gavin, I know Gavin's probably a 270 CPM guy. Even Robbo, literally getting this last ball in.
That's what I was going to say.
206 right down the middle, 1800 spin, 121 feet in the air. Robbo's gonna take down, maybe not take down the set, but that's definitely gonna be better than 385 based off the numbers that we've seen. Really big number there from Robbo. And and like I said, he had to hurry up to get those last 4 balls in. Like he took a lot of time to hit that first ball. And for me, I've been doing this a long time. Like right when they say the grid is clear, swing away, my golf balls hit within the first 3 seconds. Like I'm out.
Right.
We're 8 on the last number from Robbo. He yelled at it. It was a little low, but the ground's giving up roll right now, and he's down the right side of the grid, which normally the far left, far right side of the grid is the fastest part of the grid, and his numbers were good. Really, really good. So 396, Rob Orsaglio. Yep. Now, guys that are watching this, that was 121 feet in the air and an absolute rocket at 207 mile per hour. So Robbo looking really, really good going into the finals. Him and Gavin have been the fastest in the quarterfinal and semifinal rounds. Interesting to see if Rob's going to take a different approach. For me, if I'm both of them, I'm not changing anything. I think Rob needs to speed up a little bit. He really truly does.
Is this not a tortoise and the hare situation where he just takes his time, keeps his nerves down? I mean, you were a whoop.
Yeah.
Is it just managing, your heart rate a little bit?
And that's, it said Rob is so smart. It's funny enough. He's one of my best friends, known him since 2007. And if you were playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or whatever, and I have to ask a question, I'm asking Rob. He's like the smartest dude I know. But for him, he's so composed. But at the same time, I definitely, as we always talk about the Dobbins, definitely wouldn't want to get in a fight with Rob. Ever. Ever. Or Gavin. These guys are monsters, absolute monsters. So Robbo making his senior debut and doing great. He's in the he's in the finals against Jeff Gavin, the 2-time world champion. And we figured, Gavin's going to be here at the end always.
I think Rob walked into the gym yesterday when I was working out, and I didn't know. No one was in there, and the acoustics were awesome. So I was just belting out whatever was on. And he came in, I was like, oh, okay. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Well, I said he's a world-class trainer.
He's great,
He is the man. He's got a private gym in Boca. And like I said, he just got diagnosed with melanoma cancer 2.5, 3 months ago, and he had his surgery, and he moved up to Montana just so he could stay out of the sun and recover. But his gym in Boca, you walk into his gym that's ultra-private. The people that are in there are like, oh, I know that guy. Like, UFC world champions, like NFL guys, what have you. So here we go. The finals are set. Jeff Gavin, Rob Orsaglio, event number 1, senior division here in Mesquite, Nevada, the home of Long Drive. Gavin.
Oh, right down the middle.
Right down the middle.
But what I wanted to say is it was just really cool to see, you think of these guys as just, muscle building guys, but he was in there stretching, just really calm. And I think that, really speaks to his demeanor on the tee box.
Absolutely. Robbo 207, Gavin 209 ball speed. Gavin a little bit faster. Gavin's the type of guy that I know can step up to 212, but Robbo's looking good at 207, 208. Not much movement in his golf ball. Gavin takes a lead at 377. Robbo, like I said, he's going to step up a little bit, and that's going to be his miss. He's going to come over the top just a smidge, but that ball's dead straight. He just hit just a straight pull. So he needs to slow it down a little bit. He got 2 golf balls out real quick, Robbo did. Gavin putting up a number, the veteran that he is, going to apply some pressure.
But not letting the tee box dictate his ball flight, right? Like, he just stick to his fade, even though he's on the right side. Just trust the swing.
Mm-hmm. Say Robbo hitting the same profile shot miss hit by them. That was 195. So if I'm Rob, I'm going to take the next 3 balls. I'm going to slow it down now. He hit those first 3
now
balls
you
pretty
want
good.
him to slow it
So, well,
down.
you just watch his hand gestures. He said to slow it down. You know, he needs to tell himself mentally he's been doing this a really long time. Gavin just in a groove right now, just putting up some nice swings, a little bit of a toe hook, but there's his 212 ball speed right there from Gavin.
Okay.
So Robbo just little two-way miss here. 3 pulls, and then he's going a little right. So, like you said, he can be pressing a little bit. He knows who he's going up against, and he's got to hit.
Number his last ball. So.
Yep. But Gavin looking good right now. Robbo still working on a number.
He's got 2 balls left. We'd love to see just what we saw a little bit in the last.
Robbo 194. He hit that skinny, so that one's going to be short. But the ground is hard. But yeah, he hit that on the bottom of the face right there, right down the middle. So Rob's going to have a number, but the carry distance at 315, and don't think he's going to have 60 yards roll to catch Gavin. Gavin looking great as always. 335 from Robbo. Gavin's OB right, 213, fastest ball of the tournament for him. But Robbo, 210, fastest ball speed. So hey, Robbo stepped up on the last one with win OB. You know, Great debut from Rob Oristaglio, but Jeff Gavin, the 2-time world champion in the Masters division, an absolute stud, a guy that's been ultra successful and won all over the world, takes down the first event in the senior division this year. And, Gavin, the man who drinks from the fountain of youth, raising his hand. And he's the favorite. I mean, he coming into this, him and Eddie are world class and, at the top of their game. And, at 54 years old, Gavin looking younger than ever as always, and once again, extremely jealous that this guy gets to drink Tim Hortons every single day. So Wendy Gavin, your husband is a winner. We're going to interview him here in a second. Great debut. Oh, Gavin, 417. Oh, boy. When you just looked at the number here. Gavin with a 417 to end it off. How about that? Very nice. All right. He came in second in the World Championships last year, Eddie.
Congratulations. Are we good? Okay. Congratulations, Jeff Gavin. This is amazing. You came last year in second place. So what does it feel to come in first in your first event?
Well, that's always good, right? That's what you try and do all off season. So yeah.
What have you been working on during the off season?
I've been working a lot indoors. That's all we can do up there. It's been snow on the ground, so working hard on hitting a lot of balls, getting ready. Last year it was more of a late start, but it was a slow start here because it was cold on Friday.
It's been cold. 417 is a huge ball. So what can we expect from you this season?
More 417s, I hope.
Right? What's the secret? We want to know.
I don't know. Growing up north in Canada is probably the secret.
Oh, all the maple syrup?
Maple syrup and the other things.
Well, congratulations. This is amazing.
Okay,
417.
thank you.
Eddie. Sorry. Oh, my gosh.
Eddie. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm coming for you, Eddie. Coming.
Jeff Gavin.
Thanks, guys. Great crowd.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, watch your back.
That was good. That's funny. All right, we're back in the booth. Troy, we're getting all the cobwebs out as far as, the intros to this and then, your post-game interview.
It's because you said Eddie so many times in the booth with me, and I was like, oh, yeah, he came second to Eddie, and then I was like, oh, I knew I was going to say Eddie.
We're human beings. We make mistakes.
We are.
We make mistakes.
Gavin. Oh, it's so good to see him.
That was awesome. Now Gavin's
he's
the
so
man.
sweet. Oh.
Such a stud. Like I said, he's the favorite. He was the favorite to win this, and he won. But Robbo, great debut, big guy. I'll go up and give him a big old hug here in a minute. And like I said, for me, I'm just happy that all that melanoma cancer that he had is now out of his body. He's rid of his body. So flew in from Montana. We grabbed some dinner last night, and it was good to see him do well today. But Jeff Gavin will be more than likely in Hope Sound going up against Eddie Fernandez, and you'll have two guys that are the best on the planet going head-to-head. So we got the ladies coming up right away here, 16 hitters, and one will be crowned here in probably about 2 hours, and then the open division will wrap up here right around, I think 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 3:30. So, but with Troy Mullins along with Bobby Bradley, I don't even know how to say my own name.
So we will be back at 1 p.m. for the women's division. Stay tuned. Not too long.
As the late, great Dick Sanford always said, good night, God bless, drive home safely. Jeff Gavin, your senior division Mesquite champ.